Okay, this is case number 24 CR 117, State of Ohio versus Tommy LaRose Showman. Present for the state's Assistant Prosecuting Attorney King. Present for the defendant is Attorney Catherine Hapner. And are you Tommy LaRose Showman?
Yes, yeah.
Is it Showman or Showman?
Showman.
Showman, okay. Ms. Showman is indicted on 2 counts of telecommunications harassment, and this hearing is on the report returned by the Forensic Evaluation Center as ordered by the court. Mr. King has the alleged victim or victims of the offenses charged been notified of the time, place, and purpose of this hearing?
Yes, he has, Your Honor, and he's elected not to attend the hearing today.
All right. The court received the report from Dr. Erin, E-R-I-N, M. Nichting, N-I-C-H-T-I-N-G, psychologist, doctor of psychology. Report was dated November 7, and her indication was that she believed that Ms. Showman was competent to stand trial. The court had also ordered, as a standard practice, an additional evaluation as to mental status at the time of the alleged offense, and the report there indicates that there is no basis for believing that the defendant would qualify for an insanity plea. All right. Have each of the attorneys received a copy of the report?
State has.
Yes.
All right. Do either of you wish to present any further evidence regarding the matter?
Nothing from the state.
You know, I was actually quite surprised by it. Yes, Ms. Showman has been found to be incompetent at other occasions. However, I have no further evidence to submit.
All right. All right, then the court will find that the defendant is competent to stand trial. The case is restored to the active docket. And see, somebody remind me, have we actually had any pre-trials on this yet, or?
We have not, Your
No.
Honor.
All right,
Yeah.
so we'll do a first and final pre-trial. Let's see. You have some pre-trials on the 18th, Ms. Hapner?
December, yes.
Or the
Yeah.
11th?
I've got on the 18th. Actually, I've got both days, 18th and the 11th.
Let's do the 11th, because I know I have to be done by 2 o'clock to do a seminar. We're going to start stuff at 11:30. So we'll set this for 12/11 at 2 p.m. Final pretrial we'll set for January 8th at 2 p.m. And let's see, I think we talked the other day about your schedule in January. When you're going to be gone, is it 13th and 16th?
Well, it's actually.
Or you're going to be gone the 13th, but I think the 16th is your day in courthouse?
I'm unavailable from the 9th through the 27th. Not all that's vacation time. Part of that's just already times that I'm scheduled.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and set this then for January the 30th at 8 a.m. All right. Ms. Showman, have you been reported to the probation department?
Yes, I
You're
have.
supposed to go there this morning?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just make sure you make it down there. I assume you were, because they haven't told me you're not, so that means when it comes to the probation department, no news is good news. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so you're good.
Highland County Health, General Health District versus Arthur J. Harris et al., case number 23CR238. Plaintiffs represented by Prosecuting Attorney Collins, Assistant Prosecutor King. Mr. Philip Webb is present as representative of the plaintiff. Are you Arthur Harris?
Yeah.
Mr. Harris, is Arthur Harris here?
Yeah.
Andrea Harris?
We've dismissed them from the complaint. You signed.
Oh, okay, who's left then?
Judy Ball.
All right, Judy Ball. All right, if you want to have a seat up here, Ms. Ball. Is she the only remaining?
Unknown tenants, I
Well,
believe. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I believe one of them is Amanda Harris, if she's here.
Okay. Are you Amanda Harris? Are you living on the property?
I'm living on the 10138.
Is that part of the subject premises?
So it's one big parcel of property.
Right.
So that's one of the houses on that parcel.
Okay. All right. Ms. Harris, you want to come on up and have a seat here? Is it an Andrea or Amanda?
Amanda, I believe.
Amanda.
All right. All right. All right, I believe this matter was set then for hearing. The court, and I do recall now that the dismissal of the other parties. And so, Ms. Collins, you want to go ahead and waive opening and put on your evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you would call your, well, first of all, you don't have an attorney, Ms. Ball? You don't have an attorney?
No, sir.
All right. Why don't you get her one of those listening devices? Are they charged up? Yeah. We have a listening device that might help you with headphones so you can hear everything, okay? All right. So this is a trial for the case that's been filed, and so that they're going to present testimony. You'll be allowed to cross-examine the witnesses and then present testimony on your own behalf. All right, your first witness.
Chris Schote.
Right.
No.
Yeah, the
Let's
way.
go around the
Sorry. Have you been sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes.
All right, just have a seat right there. All right, you may inquire.
If you grab the microphone and slide it that way.
Oh, yeah, slide the microphone over in front of you so
Oh, okay,
speak
gotcha.
into it so it can
Yep.
be recorded and also so everyone can hear you.
Sure.
Please state your name for the record.
Chris Schote?
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
With the Highland County Health Department.
And how long have you been employed at the health department?
Oh, a little over 22 years.
A little over 22 years. And what are your job duties there at the health department?
Mainly inspecting septic systems and evaluating lots for options of where septic systems could be approved and laid out.
Through your job at the health department, have you become familiar with property at 5828 Powell Road?
Yes.
And have you also become familiar with Judy Ball through your work with that property?
I believe so. Yes. The only reason I say that is because when the application was put in, we were given a different name. So I'm kind of relearning the new name there. So.
Were you given the name Areta Moravi?
Correct. Yes.
And when you say the application was put in, what sort of application?
An application requesting an evaluation of the property to determine approval for a new septic system.
And did you go out to inspect the property in regards to that?
Correct, yes.
And what was your finding, or what did you decide?
We went out on two separate visits. The first visit, we went out to do the evaluation, started the process, but the weather kind of canceled at that time. It was real heavy rain, so we stepped out and rescheduled it several weeks later. I believe that was the 1st of June. We followed up on that. At that time, I did not have anybody on site that met me, but we proceeded to flag out the areas. I think it was 3 in total, 2 for the new house and 1 for an area for the existing house, flagged out requesting the next step, which would have soil work done in those areas to determine
And when you say June, June of what year?
22, I believe,
Okay.
yes,
And-
2022.
The placement of the flags were to have soil testing done?
Correct.
After that, what happened?
After that, we were kind of in a holding pattern, waiting for that service to be done. Hadn't heard anything after several weeks, so what we had done was just completed a report stating where we are at that point, which was instructing at least an initial disapproval of the lot split proposed and a description, or not description, instruction, I should say, as to what their next steps are, which would be to reach out to a soil evaluator, to have the soils checked in the areas marked on site, and to reach out to a system designer.
After you completed that, what happened?
I was not involved with any further action at that point on.
Did you ask your coworker, Mr. Webb, to make further checks of the property?
Not exactly. What we were doing was going to another site together, I believe, if I recall, and we happened to look across and seen fresh dirt disturbed, and like, well, it looks like a system was installed there. And when we observed that, that's when he's like, well, we'll go out and see what's going on. And that's was not really a planned thing. It was just kind of a surprise that something looked like it was placed, and then we followed up on that.
So to be clear, did you or the health department ever approve any system for this property?
Not for the second home. Originally, the original system installed for the original home in the back, we have documentation of an approval on that. But a second home was built, and there has been no approval for any system for that new system that was installed.
I have no further questions.
All right, now, Ms. Ball, you're allowed to ask questions of Mr. Shope about what he just testified to. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask him?
Yes. When I came over to pay the $420 for the evaluation, wasn't that a request for subdivision, just for you to do a reevaluation?
The fees that were paid was, I believe, the fees for two separate evaluations to occur. One, basically, it was one, my understanding, a 5-acre parcel, which was wanting to be subdivided. So it was going to be, that 5-acre parcel was going to be cut up into two separate parcels, one for each of the homes. The evaluation that you paid for was a service that's required anytime we need to evaluate a new lot being proposed to make sure it's compliant with the sewage rules. So the fees that I believe you had paid was for a site evaluation for each one of those two lots that you were proposing.
So in other words, it was to take to the subdivision in order to subdivide the land, correct?
It was a service that you applied for to see if it could be subdivided, to see if it could, or I guess more specifically, to see if it could be approved for septic and then therefore be subdivided.
Then why did, on your denial letter, did you put 3 houses and 3 septic tanks when there was only one to be approved?
I don't recall that being stated, but you could show me where anything was said that there was 3 houses there, but we're talking about 2 separate tracks.
But you
right?
denied it, stating I wanted 3 septic tanks and 3 residents to be evaluated in your report.
Okay.
And that was the reason it was denied.
I don't recall that language specifically, but the reason why it was denied, at least my involvement in it, was that we had not received the information we need to determine whether it could be approved, which is soil work and a system design.
So when you arrived and evaluated with your partner, did you or did you not, her and you, get into it because the septic systems was already in?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. The septic system was in for the existing home in the back.
And when was it put in the new house?
I do not know that. All I can speak for is the time I was doing an evaluation, the system that you were proposing an approval for the new home, the system was not there at that time, and we were designing or trying to attempt to lay out areas where a system could be installed.
No, you said a replacement, because the system, you and her got into it because the system was put in 2021.
I have no idea of when a system was installed. All I can tell you is when you're talking replacement area, we're laying out area to determine the replacement for any existing system, which is a requirement. So I'm not really fully understanding what you're saying.
You had overlooked in your first evaluation when I had got a permit to mark the replacement areas, and you said, I am here to mark the replacement areas, which you had neglected to do in your first observation, you and Courtney. So
If you're referring to the first visit and then the second visit, yeah, that was why I explained. I didn't flag anything on the first visit. We left because of the weather. When I followed up on that second visit, all of those areas were flagged out.
Yeah, you
Correct.
flagged both replacement areas, and then you said, well, that I didn't have a permit, and then Mr. Webb came back and showed us that we had an expired permit. So either I had a permit, or I didn't have a permit, or I had an expired permit, and we were not aware, neither was the contractor.
Now, wait a minute, you're testifying, you need to ask questions.
Okay,
You'll be allowed to testify when your turn comes.
okay. When I came to your office on October and I asked for the permit, why was I just handed a permit from your receptionist?
I can't speak for that, ma'am. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay,
I can only testify on what I was involved in.
okay, what you was involved in. Okay,
I'm not sure what you would receive from our office. That's what
All right.
I'm not.
Which one is the?
on,
This one.
let me get a calendar here. October. Okay, on October 25th, wasn't there a permit issued from your office?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, it was given to TC Construction that of October the 21st. On October the 26th, did TC Constructions get a hold of the health department?
Again, not to my knowledge.
Okay, because it says TC put in the septic tank October the 26th, 2021. Weren't you contacted April March, April. Weren't you contacted health department to get it? Weren't you contacted April the 26th to get an approval for the subdivision letter?
I believe that was the date that we have documented that you submitted the site evaluation applications. Yes.
Okay. Then in May, weren't you out there on May the 6th?
Yes.
And did you and Courtney put dye in the system to prove there was no nuisance?
Yes.
And didn't the dye come back negative?
To my knowledge, no.
Well, it states in your report, no nuisance found.
Objection, do
Right.
you have the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't have the.
Your Honor, she's bringing in a different issue.
Okay, I was a little confused, so let me ask, see if the parties can clarify things. This lawsuit is about parcel 5104-000-052.06, and the allegation is that there are 2 dwellings. I've heard testimony that there's 3 dwellings, but I believe I heard at one point that he said it was on a different lot. Okay, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and so the two dwellings are, and is the address of that the 50, what is the address of that parcel?
That is the,
10138, State Route 7.
This is the house with no system.
10138 State Route 73 is the house that has no system.
All right, and that's the parcel that there are 2 dwellings on, and
Yes.
1 dwelling does have a system?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, I don't know, are you asking about the parcel that there are 2 dwellings on that's involved in this lawsuit, or the other one? Because the
Well-
other one has an approved system, does it?
It has an approved system.
All right. So again, so here's the situation, Ms. Ball. We need to make sure we're talking apples and apples, not apples and oranges.
Well,
So
I'm just
if you're
going-
asking questions about the other property, that isn't really
Okay.
relevant to this case.
But I'm just going according to each time he came out.
Well,
Okay.
okay, but don't ask questions about the other
All right.
property, because that's just confusing the issue, making it more difficult for me to understand
Okay.
the facts here.
Yes, sir.
I think we have that.
That was,
This
okay, on June the 1st, 2022,
is all right.
did you not come out and flag systems for the replacement areas in both on 10138?
Yes, on that date, I followed up to the property to complete the evaluation that the weather prevented us from doing on the previous date. On that date, I marked with flags 3 separate areas on that property for the purposes of marking where further evaluation would be needed for soil work if a system was to be placed there.
If the system was to be ever replaced, okay? So then, did you state in your letter that you had no more contact with me after that?
I believe after the date I flagged out, I attempted to contact you. I think I left a message, but I have to admit, I don't recall the details. I know we attempted to contact, I just don't remember if it just rang or if I was able to leave a voice message. But the point of that call was to let you know what I had done, that I was out there, and flagged it off. And then whatever that date was that we attempted to go, that was the date that we had finished the paperwork and mailed it out.
Okay, now, on June the 14th of 2022, I happened to be away up to Walmart, but when I came to my house,
Don't testify, ma'am. You need to
Okay.
ask questions.
were you observed on my property on that date?
The only date that I was there was 2 dates I was on your property. And that was the first date with the heavy rain, which was, if I recall, May 6th, if I'm recalling that correctly. The second one was June 1st. Those were the days that I was on your property.
So you're saying you weren't there on June 14th?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let me show an exhibit. Hopefully I have it. sir, do I have your permission to approach the bench?
Well, you'll have to have that marked if you're going to ask him about it, so
Okay.
that would be Defense Exhibit A, because defense is letters, so the bailiff has markers here for you,
All right.
exhibit stickers. And then, yes, you may approach him with showing the exhibit. You need to show it to the counsel or the plaintiff also before you ask him about it, so they know what you're asking about.
Okay. Do I show her first?
Yeah, you need to let them see it first.
You're gonna drop it.
Can you verify that this is your note you left on my door?
A detailed drawing of the set. That does look like my writing. Let me see. There's something in replace-
It does or does not?
It does.
Okay.
So, but I'm trying to read what it says here because I don't recall this. A detailed drawing of the septic system and replacement areas located near both homes, your property. The other map illustrates the conflict? Is that what that says? The conflict of the proposed lot lines with the existing systems. Please call us with any questions, Chris.
Can you tell me what date that is?
Date written on the top says 6/14. That does not look like my writing. That's the date is written in.
Well,
But the handwriting.
Your note on the date you were there.
Well, I do.
And I wrote it on the calendar.
Okay, but I don't believe I dated that.
Yes, you did.
Objection.
Okay, wait a minute. You are not allowed to testify. You need to ask questions, and you can't argue. Well, I'm going to remind you until you do it.
I'm sorry.
All right. So don't argue and don't make testify. You'll be allowed
I'm kind
to
of.
testify.
So you did state in your own handwriting, did you not say that you were there for a detailed drawing of the replacement because you had screwed up the first time, the conflict with it?
I disagree with that.
Well, it just says the other map.
Objection.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm going to overrule that. If you want to ask him a question about the message, show it to him, and then that way he can be aware of what you're saying, because I don't know what you're reading.
So what was the conflict that you had drawing the other systems?
I'm not recalling specifically what that was. What I do know is that where you were proposing an approval under your application for a new lot line placement, meaning your new property line placement, we were having an issue finding adequate area at that time to see that, I believe, is what I'm referring to as the conflict with the proposed property line, is what I believe that was noting.
Okay. And then, did you or did you not say everything is in good working order when you left and everything's okay after we would put the replacement in?
What you're referring to is inspections of the two existing systems, one for one parcel and one, the existing system that was on the other parcel that we did an inspection on. That was not regarding the inspection of a system for the proposed new home.
For the replacement. Okay. After June of 14th, did you try to make any contact with me?
The date is a little unclear. We do have it marked there if I could look and recall on my notes. But again, after I was out, on our entry of a timeline there, after I was out there on June 1st, I did make an attempt to contact you, and when I wasn't able to reach you, we mailed all the documentation out to you regarding the current status of your application. I just can't recall exactly what date that was, but I do believe we have it noted in the report there.
So on June 17th, you did totally complete your survey, correct?
Complete as of all we could take it up to at that point. I wouldn't say it was finished because we were waiting on a soil report that you would contract from there. But that was my last involvement with it when I finished that report. That was
So that was your
approximately the
your
7th.
last involvement.
Correct.
Okay, so you did not add anything else to your summary sheet when you turned it in, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by a summary sheet.
All right.
Could you clarify?
It says Health Department.
Oh, you mean on for our case? I'm
You-
sorry. Okay, I got
You
you.
completed it, right?
I had filled out some of that, like the first 3 entries on what I was involved in with my initials on the side. Those were my entries on that summary of what I was involved in.
So, can you tell me whose initials is PSW?
PSW? And I know a PW would probably be a Philip Webb. I'm not sure, does it say
Okay, well,
PSW? Is that what it says?
Okay, so therefore, did Philip Webb add onto your summary sheet?
Well, to be clear, it's not my summary sheet. It's just the departments, and we all enter when, to summarize any work being done. So I can't really speak for, without having that sheet memorized in my head, exactly who entered what when, if that makes sense.
So therefore, if you did not, then Philip Webb has put in there a falsified date of when the installation that you observed was put in.
I'm gonna object. He has no idea what Philip Webb.
Yes, I was just stating that.
Okay. Then that takes care of all the questions that I have for you that I can think of your time that you were there.
All right. Ms. Harris, you also have the right to ask questions, since you're the unknown tenant. The person was unknown at the time, and you're living there. So if you have any questions.
I really wouldn't even know where to begin. I just exist.
All right. You have any redirect?
I do, actually. A few things. I'm going to show him these.
I can't see it.
Not the same thing as that.
Okay.
No.
That's not what your office gave me.
May I, Coach?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as plaintiff's exhibits 13 and 14.
Okay.
Do you recognize these?
Let's see. Are these, oh, they're different. Okay. Yeah, I believe I've seen this before in the office.
Which number are you referring to?
Both, or
okay.
it looks like it's exhibit 13 and 14 side by side here that I have.
Okay.
Sir. I'm looking at both of them, and I'm just trying to compare right now. I do believe exhibit 13 is a permit that was issued legally from our office back in the day. To be specific, we're going back in 2008. I don't specifically have any recollection of issuing that permit, but it looks...
Is that your name on the bottom?
Correct, yes. So Exhibit 13 is a copy of a permit issued by me on September 25th of '08 for a property on Cody Road, excuse me.
Now let's compare that to plaintiff's exhibit 14. A different address, would you agree?
Correct.
Is this your writing, this address?
No, that is not my handwriting.
Look at some other things.
What address is it for?
Written on Exhibit 14's permit, the address is 10138 State Route 73 was written in.
73 or 72?
73.
73, okay.
And then let's look down at the date. You can barely see it here, but is that
Right.
your writing there?
No, I do not believe so.
But other than that, are these two documents similar?
They look like the exact copy to me, with the exception of the dates and address changed.
And again, is this your signature at the bottom of Plaintiff's Exhibit 14?
It is,
But the address and the dates are not your handwriting.
correct.
Thank you. Here, let me just give you a copy so that you can look at it and take your time. I had two sets of them. Where'd they go? I'm gonna show him this.
Do I?
I'm going to show him this.
Okay, what is that?
It's a picture of your property.
Okay.
Here you go. This is it, so you can look at it at the same time. Next, I'm going to show you is Pleas to the Mark, Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does this map outline what's going on in this area?
Correct. I produced this map after completing the evaluation and determination of where systems were placed on the lot, or at least where they used to be, as well as the areas I had flagged out asking for soil evaluations to be done.
Okay. Judge, if Mr. Shook could show you on the map the area where there is no, where we need a system, and then the area where there are systems, it might make it easier to
All right,
understand.
you just hold it up and show me?
Sure, sure. So this is the parcel that's in question that we've been talking about. When we've been talking about 3 homes, this was one home, this was one home, and this was the third new proposed home, okay? We can kind of take this out of, really important discussion, because that's a separate parcel. There's no issues there. So this was
So the property here in the upper left-hand portion of the exhibit is not the one in question?
Correct.
That's the one that has a different address?
Yeah, they own them both, but it's kind of like we can just
Right.
kind of, yeah, right. So this was the existing house as, with the existing system as we found it. Our records on our office had a system installed and approved with the septic tank here. I'm sorry, I don't know how much detail you need on this. Okay, so forgive me if I ramble, but existing septic tank for this existing house is here, and this was where the original leach field was installed for that house.
That's in what marked as what, black or blue?
Yeah, this,
Rectangle?
where it says abandoned leaching trenches, that was the original and approved system. That leaching field, well in the past, I don't know when it was done. Only thing I can tell is what documentation we have is when this system was installed. But this was installed for that home at some point. I'm sorry.
You know when?
Do we have that documentation of when that system was?
If you don't know, that's fine.
Okay, I think it was like prior to 2010, like 2006, 7, 8, around, and I don't really remember, to be honest with you, but been a while ago. But at some point, this system was abandoned, and it was, when I say system, I mean the leaching trench.
Right.
Was abandoned, and I'm guessing, because I have no knowledge of this is a total guess, it was probably when the pond was installed. But I can't speak for that, I'm just guessing. But this system was installed and replaced here. So this became, and to my knowledge, no permit was issued for that alteration, but I can't speak for that. That's just my knowledge of it. But when I came to the property to evaluate the property, when the evaluations were submitted in 2022, this was the existing system at that time, okay?
So that differs from the original one that you showed.
Correct.
And that's marked with another
I
rectangle.
put, yeah, this one
Yeah.
says leaching trenches, and what I had put at that time was not approved just because we didn't have any documentation of approval. We had later deemed it approved, but that was after I had typed that.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, it's just let it be kind of thing is the way we were taking it at that time. But so that was kind of the existing situation as I found it. What was being proposed is this, I believe it's 5-acre tract, was wanting to be subdivided. So the existing home could be on one tract and a new proposed home could be on a separate tract, okay? What the sewage code in the state of Ohio requires is that every system must be contained inside of any proposed new lot lines, and it has to have adequate replacement area for that system. What I had done here, and what kind of gets to the point of this sketch here, was I was illustrating kind of where the existing system is for that existing home in the back, and here's really the only area I could find as a potential replacement area for it.
And that's marked with the red
That's marked with the red.
rectangular
Correct.
shape, not exact rectangle, but
And that was the area, this red, that blue, and that red, those were the three areas that I had flagged on site, okay? And that was marked to have evaluated for replacement area, and then this would be like primary and replacement for the new home.
all right.
Okay.
Next page here is marked as plaintiff's exhibit 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is the report that I had filled out, bringing us up to date on the status of the evaluation that we had done.
And was that then sent to the defendant?
Correct, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, you may step down. Just leave the exhibits right there, please.
Yes.
Next witness.
Philip Webb?
Were you sworn in the clerk's office, Mr. Webb?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may just get seated there. That you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Philip Webb. I work for the Highland County Health Department. I've worked there for 15 years. I do septic, food, nuisance complaints.
And through your work at the health department, have you become familiar with Judy Ball or Aretta Maroney?
Yeah, she's sitting over here in the courtroom.
When you started dealing with her, what name was she going by?
The Aretta was the name that I thought that she had, and that's what I put on some of my paperwork that she submitted to the office. But just here recently, yeah, it's Judy Ball.
Okay. And at some point, were you, did you go out to her property and take a look around?
Yes.
And what address did you go to? What property specifically?
It's the one on 73, so I think it's 10138.
And what were you looking for out there? What happened?
So initially I went out there because me and Chris had this conversation that, hey, they didn't have a septic system, in 2022. I went out in 2023 and I see a new septic tank with disturbed soil and a new distribution box, and looks to me a brand new system installed on the property. When I first went there, I knocked on the door. The tenant was not there. So I just took pictures and then mailed out a notice of violation to the property owner.
Okay. Now, I handed you that stack of papers, so, oh no, here it is. I'm going to introduce these exhibits, so you have them. I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yep, this is the deed to the property on, so it's one property, but yeah, it might have the 5800 Powell Road. So it's kind of the intersection between Powell Road and 73. And the parcel has two homes on it and they go in different directions. So that's why if you see this on the deed, it doesn't have maybe both addresses on it.
Okay, and then plaintiff's exhibit 2, do you recognize that?
Yep, this is a printout from the auditor's website of the parcel.
And does that show where that specific parcel is compared to the rest of the property?
Yes, and it has both of the homes on this property.
And plaintiff's exhibit 3, do you recognize that?
Yes, is this the estate or the trust and the beneficiaries or the people in the trust?
So is this property part of that trust?
Yes, ma'am.
And plaintiff's exhibit 4?
This is another certification of trust.
Okay. Now, once you went to that property in 2023, do you remember what month that was?
It was about a year after Chris did his initial,
So around June of 23?
yeah, somewhere around there.
When you went out, and you observed the new system had been installed, what action did you take next?
So I sent a notice of violation to everybody in the trust that was listed on the auditor's website.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yep, this is the NOV letter or notice of violation letter that I mailed out to everybody in the trust.
Once you mailed that out, what happened?
I think I met back out there with Judy. We met, walked over, so she lives on the corner property, which is not part of this one, but it is right here.
Is it on this map?
Yeah, it is right here in the front.
Okay.
So I met her on her property, and then we walked over and looked at it. What we asked was information about this. So if it was something that maybe, there was some miscommunication on this, maybe we could, get this approved, but we need all the paperwork. So we need to see what she has, when it was installed, who installed it, what's in the ground. We can always do a late fee and do a variance if, things aren't exact. But when we went out there and looked at it, she was going to present the information. On a later date, she came into our office, presented this information. Me and Anna McCoppin reviewed this paperwork, and it could not be approved based upon, there was not enough, or there was too many issues with the system.
What do you mean there were too many issues with the system? What was wrong with it?
So the leach lines didn't follow contour. So in the rules, the leach lines have to follow contour. We didn't do soils to recognize that. So the leach lines were headed downhill. They were installed. We can't tell whether they were too deep or not deep enough based upon there was no soil records, so no soil information that was presented to us at that time. So we could not approve this system as it sits in the ground today.
Now, did Ms. Ball drop off something to your office and that's happened?
Yes, and I think that was exhibit, was it 13, 14?
The permits?
Yes.
And after you saw these, what did you do?
So after I did some research, and then there was another paperwork that she dropped off with this one. And the gentleman that had signed that paperwork, I sent him a picture, Kyle Arn, to say, hey, are you familiar with this, or are you, did you sign off on this property?
I'm going to hand you what's been previously been marked as plaintiff's exhibits 15 and 16. Is this the paperwork you're referring to?
Yes, this is the paperwork that I'm referring to.
So let's talk about, which one is the oldest one? Okay, 15 first.
Okay.
Is that the original drawing and permission to build that was on a piece of property there?
Yeah, so Judy Ball went through this process in 2008. It was 7770 Cody Road. So she is familiar with the whole procedure on a different parcel. So she went through this procedure. We did a site evaluation, we did a permit, and that is all been approved by Kyle Arn, and then it's got his signature on the bottom. And then if we compare that to Exhibit 16.
Wait a minute, exhibit 15 or 16?
15.
What did you just testify about?
15 is what you
15.
just testified about.
Which?
15.
15, all right.
And that's the true document from our health department. Now, 16 that she submitted, it has been whited out and new information put in there. I've sent this picture to Kyle. He has said this is not his handwriting and this is not his drawing.
And does it appear, I know you're definitely not an expert in this, but the handwriting on this permit and for that address, do those look the same?
Yes, it does.
So she dropped off this to you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have the health department, there's no record of this in the health department anywhere?
No.
Okay.
Now, exhibit 16, what is that for? What property?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is. What property is Exhibit 16 referring to?
It's 10138 State Route 73.
But again, does the health department have a record of this prior to her bringing it to you?
No.
So, I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yep, this is the board minutes for where, once the property, we send out a notice of violation letter, we give them a set amount of time, typically 30 days. And then if they haven't done or made steps, we send it to the Board of Health. So this was June 15, 23. We sent it to the Board of Health. And at that time, they gave them 30 additional days to send over any paperwork or get an approved septic system installed.
And since then, has there been an approval of the septic system?
No.
Does it appear that people are living in the home?
Yes, I stopped out today and there is lights on. Now, when I say stopped out, since we've got this case and a harassment lawsuit against the health department, I park across the street. So I do not enter the property at this time. So across the street, I took a picture. There was a car in the driveway and lights on.
Okay, may I have permission? I'm going to hand you some pictures, and I think some of these might be from prior to today, but Plaintiff's Exhibit 7, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the first initial inspection when I came out to the lot to see all the disturbed soil and the new system being or was installed without a permit.
Okay, and Plaintiff's 8.
Yep. So this is on the same date. So this was
What was that date?
October 5th.
Of
23?
Yep.
Thank you.
And Plaintiff's Exhibit 9.
Yeah, this is sometime after where the leach field is starting to grow grass, and then we have a septic tank with the risers on it.
And Plaintiff's 10.
This was the initial inspection where you can see the freshly disturbed soil actually settling around the tank. So typically when you dig out that big opening for the tank, the soil will settle over time. And that's what we're seeing here, that it was just freshly dug and, you know, it's fresh mud at that point.
And what is the date of that picture?
It's not on that one, it's the same as that
Okay.
there.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 11.
Okay. Yep, and this was right around a year after Chris did his initial site evaluation.
And what is it, Len?
And this one is the sewer line leaving the house. So this is where it's been connected to the system.
And does it have a date on the back of it?
Yeah, this one, October 5th of 23.
Okay. And are the pictures you just testified to, are those true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared in October of 2023?
Yeah.
And finally, Plaintiff's Exhibit 17, do you recognize that?
Yep, this is the picture from this morning
And,
with the car in the driveway and the light on.
and this property that you've testified to, is that in Highland County?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Ball, you may ask questions of Mr. Webb.
Yes, from the time of April 26th to the end of 2022, were you ever at the site or on the premises?
What was the dates again? I'm sorry.
From April 26th, 2022, to the end of 2022, were you ever on the premises?
I think it was in 23 when I got involved with the property.
Can you tell me why you got involved?
So as I recently stated, me and Chris had a conversation. We were driving by the property and noticed the freshly disturbed soil. So he was on the property, about a year ago doing a site evaluation where there was no septic system.
Okay.
And now we have a septic system on there. And so that's when I did my initial inspection to find out, yes, there is a septic tank and leach lines in the ground, and they do not meet the code at this time.
Were you ever contacted by the Attorney General, David Ghost?
So you submitted a letter to the Attorney General's office, and then they contacted our prosecutor and said, hey, try to work with this individual. And so I think at that point, I got your telephone number to call you. And so that's when I think we set up an appointment where I met you out on the site.
And can you recall what date that was?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So it wasn't until on September the 22nd, 2023, were you there taking pictures?
Without looking at my notes, I couldn't tell you if I was there that day.
Okay. And did you, at that time, stated that you did converse with David Ghost?
I have
What's-
never,
Objection, there's no relevance to whether or not he spoke with Mr. Hughes.
Yeah, that's hearsay anyway, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Before that, that I tried to contact you, were you sent a letter by me September the 1st, a certified letter, asking to contact me?
September 1st of what year?
September 23.
without looking at my notes, I don't know if I have been.
Okay, I mean, I can present it if need be. I wasn't totally prepared to do this because I thought the case had been dismissed as Arthur had got a letter from his attorney stating that it had been.
Your Honor, perhaps if she would refresh his recollection with his file, that would save time.
Yeah, why don't you give him his file, let him look at it. We need to move on because, well, I'm going to give you, he's going to have his file and he can look at it and see if he can answer your question. The question is whether or not he received a certified letter from you, as I understand it, correct? Is that your question, Ms. Ball?
Pardon? Yes, he did, they signed for a
No,
certified.
no, I'm just saying, is that is your question?
Yes.
All right, he's going to look at his notes and see if that refreshes his recollection.
Yep, there it is.
Okay, all right, next question.
Okay. So it wasn't, so on September 1st, you received a certified letter asking for help, and I had not heard from you till September the 22nd. Then you approached my property after you had been contacted by Mr. Yost, is that correct?
I have not been contacted by Mr. Yost. But yes, after we've gotten this information, yes, I've reached out to you because we didn't have a telephone number, we didn't have a contact.
Well, now, just a moment ago, you said that Mr. Yost had contacted you. He did or he did not?
Your Honor, she's actually
Okay.
testifying.
I'm going to sustain that, that is not what he said.
Okay.
He said that the Yost contacted the prosecutor, and the prosecutor contacted him. That's what he said. And in any event, it doesn't really matter. Let's move on.
Okay. The day you were there, you did take all the pictures of the septic tank already in, correct?
Yes, when I got involved, the system was installed.
Right. Okay. Did you on that day ask me who installed it?
Yes, we asked for you to present information so that maybe we could do a variance or maybe get something approved.
Correct.
But after looking at the paperwork, we could not.
And on that day, did I not go get a copy of the contractor's diagram he had drawn?
Yes, when you brought paperwork off to the office, you dropped off that.
And did you not say that, looking at this, that it was Ohio code approved?
No.
Then why did you say everything looked good and except the only thing you objected to was the length of the straight lines and asked me if I put a level on it, would it be level? Did you not say if I put a level on it?
No, ma'am.
Do you ever come back out to inspect it with a GPR?
No, ma'am.
No, you never did no further inspection.
Inspected with a what?
It's a ground protector that shows the depth and length of a pipe.
Okay.
And if the pipes is not legally, which is a GPR, a sound where they detect lines and...
I just want to know what a GPR was, not
Okay.
anything else.
But
So.
anyway, so therefore, you never, after that, you just took pictures, you never did do no further investigation, you never did send anybody else to verify that this contractor's installation was incorrect?
So the, first off, the contractor was never registered with the health department to do the work. So he wasn't registered, and then by looking at it, you can tell that it does not. So when you walk out on the property, when Chris did his initial site evaluation, he said, hey, the lines have to go this way. And you ran them straight downhill.
Objection, I didn't know.
Pardon me?
I said, objection, this was installed by a...
Okay, well, no, wait a minute. He's testifying.
Oh, okay.
You asked him the
Excuse
question,
me.
he's answering. Go ahead and continue your answer. So your objection is overruled.
So by looking at the property, you can tell that the leach lines are heading downhill, which by our code, they have to follow contour. And those do not.
So you're just complaining about the leach lines, not the tank itself?
Well, the tank was installed without a permit, and we
Okay.
did not inspect the septic tank to see if it was level. We didn't see the line from the house to the tank, whether it met the correct slope and fall. We don't know anything about it because it was done without a permit.
And you didn't do no further inspection or have somebody further inspect it, correct?
No, we have not looked at any of that because we've asked for certain documentations, soil work, to continue, but we can't at this time.
Are you reliable for your staff, your receptionist that handles paperwork in your office requested?
No, I'm not responsible for other
Then
staff.
who is?
Probably the health commissioner, Jared.
Okay, so, in other words, when I just walk into your office and I ask you for a copy of a permit, and she goes to a file cabinet and just pulls one, can she fake one up or legally give it to me?
So the secretaries do not fill out the paperwork. So they will call us, me, Chris, Anna, Courtney, they will call us, we'll go to the file cabinet, pull out the site evaluation, and then we will fill out the permit. So typically the secretaries up front have very little involvement. They might hand you a form to fill out, but we as the sanitarians have to have our signature at the bottom to say, hey, this permit was issued, and then we put a sticker on it. So yeah, the ladies in the office do not sign off on those papers.
Okay, so basically it goes through yours. So on October the 25th, when a permit was requested, could it have been changed and just one-handed because of the lack of wanting to hurry up and just get a permit out on October the 26th when it was picked up?
I mean, anything could be done. I mean, yes, somebody could forge documents. I don't know what the question.
Okay. So was it not until May the 8th of 2024 that you brought it to my attention that it was an expired permit?
So the date that you submitted it,
May the 8th, 2024, in this courtroom, you said...
Objection.
Wait a minute. Let him answer the
Okay.
question first of all, and then you can ask another
Okay.
question.
so you submitted it on 10/17 of 23. So you submitted paperwork to our office. We reviewed that paperwork and then said, yes, this is not a valid permit. So this form or...
What are you looking at when you say this is not a valid permit?
Okay, so the Exhibit 14, this is not a valid permit that was issued by our health department.
You may ask another
Yeah.
question.
So on May the 8th, in this courtroom, 2024, did you or did you not bring it to my attention that the permit was expired?
I could have, yes, I could have, you know, at that date said, yes, this paperwork is not the same as what we have on file, the Exhibit 13.
And did you or did you not, or did I not say, I was unaware of an expired permit?
So underneath on the permit here, it says,
Which exhibit?
Exhibit 14, it says the permit will expire 1 year from the date issued upon work completed, or whichever one first. So we're looking at this, and this isn't what we have on file, but it is dated 10/10/11, so 2011. So it doesn't matter, you know, because right here where your signature is, that it says it was in 2011. So we're past that 1 year.
Isn't that what you brought to my attention? And I said I was not aware of that clause, and you pointed the exact paragraph out and didn't explain to you that Chris did issue this, and he evaluated and soil tested it on 10/14 at 11.
So if you look at Exhibit 13 that Chris talked about, he issued a permit for this Cody Road. And then
Is that Curry or Cody?
Cody Road.
Cody, okay.
And it is eerily similar to the form that you gave us. Just with
So in
Which
other-
is Exhibit 14.
which is 14, which is a different address on it.
Did your health department receive $456 for that permit issued 10/14/11?
Your Honor, objection.
I'm going to sustain that. What happened in 2011 isn't relevant to this
Because
proceeding.
2011, this permit was issued that I was not aware of, expired until a
It
system.
doesn't have anything to do with the issue before the court.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Because
show
as I
you,
understand, don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
because 10
I
years.
said don't interrupt me when I'm talking, okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm going to tell you that it is not admissible because the issue here, as I understand it, everything occurred, this system apparently was installed sometime in 22 or 23, and not in 2011. And so that's not even relevant. And plus there's information, what they're saying is they don't have that permit, that it appears to be something that has been fabricated. And 13 is what they have, not 14. So all the questions about 14 is something they don't have, is not relevant. Now, when you get your chance to testify, we'll talk about that before you testify, but you know, you can testify if you think that's different, but we'll wait until we get to that point.
Okay.
So objection sustained.
I don't think she knows she's allowed to go.
You can ask another question.
Oh, so in other words, could this permit been given to the contractor
Your Honor, objection.
from
Wait, let her finish her
2011?
question. Okay. Now, I'll sustain that objection. What could have been given to the contractor by who we don't know is not a proper question.
Okay. So this permit, the contractor could have accepted as being legit, correct?
Objection.
Again, I'm going to sustain that. There's no evidence of that. And there's also testimony in the record, by the way, that this contractor wasn't certified to install,
Okay.
which is a legal requirement. So just so you know that when you comes time to present your case. Now, move on and go ahead and ask another
All
question.
right, so in other words, a water company needs to contact you to put in a water line, correct?
No.
Or according, okay. Does an electric company have to contact you to get a permit to put in electrical?
No.
So that, you're stating that's not required?
No.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. I have hands cancer and I have coughing spells, really, really bad. So, can you tell me, may I show this to him? Would it be,
What is it?
it's a letter from South Central?
Objection to a letter from South Central.
Letter Central would be hearsay to this individual unless it's addressed to him. Is this a letter addressed to him?
It's stating South Central.
I ask you who it's addressed to.
It's not addressed to anybody, it's what they require before they put your electric in.
Okay, well, he's not aware of that. He's already said that, you know, they don't contact him,
And so, the same permit, they.
Well, he doesn't have any information about that.
Okay.
It's not addressed to him.
All right. Okay. Do you need to see these pictures of 2021 and things when the septic was put in, sir?
I don't know. If you want to offer evidence, you're going to get a chance to do so. Right now, you're cross-examining him.
Oh,
You can only ask him questions about things that he's testified to or might know about this property.
okay.
You know, you testify in your own case.
All right, 2023. That was on 2023, September, after we discussed the lines, did you or did you not say it was okay to use, and if it failed, I would have to replacement in the new area that Chris drawed out?
No.
Did you or did you not say that what he had drew would be a replacement area for a septic tank and replacement area?
What was the question again?
When we walked the property and you took the pictures and your objection was the only lines were supposed to go vertical instead of horizontal, but since there was no defects or nuisance, that it was okay to use. And did you not say if it ever went bad, I would have to use that area that Chris flagged to put in a new system?
No.
And did Chris make a replacement area the same place that he diagrammed a system?
That's Chris's work. I don't know what Chris did.
Why would you put a replacement area and a septic system side by side?
That's typically how we do a design. We do a primary and a replacement area. And so by the state code, we're required to have that per each lot. So with that lot split, we had to have the primary and replacement area. And typically we stack them because of the lot size, we had a limited space. So we have to get them kind of close together.
So in other words, if the system goes bad, then your replacement area would be at bad also if they're side by side, correct?
No. So one might be upslope and one might be downslope.
Okay, I want you to explain it to me.
I'm going to object because it's not relevant.
Well, we don't know what she's going to do yet, so let's wait and see.
Uh,
Overruled for now.
Can I show this to him and ask him a question?
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but he'll need to explain it so he knows what he's looking at.
Okay. When you were there, the system was already here, correct?
What are you looking at? Are you looking at the same thing that's an exhibit?
Yes.
Well, then let's use the states, or the exhibit that's already been talked about. That way we're doing apples to apples. Yeah, so that would be exhibit what? 12. 12, all right. So ask him questions about exhibit 12 instead of the unmarked one.
All right, exhibit 12. So in other words, you said if this system went bad, I would have to replace it right here where the blue was, correct?
No, I did not say that. This is Chris's drawing of a primary and replacement area.
And they're side by side, correct?
Yeah.
So in other words, if this primary failed and this land was no good, wouldn't the replacement area be bad also?
No, not always.
So in other words, if this now system N failed, this is where I would have to put a new system in, correct?
No. So the system that you put in actually goes
Right, but I'm saying,
over
if
top.
this system failed, this is where I will have to put in a new
Now, I'm
system.
going to renew my objection.
Okay, I'm going to sustain it. We're really not in a debate about replacement systems. The question before the court is whether or not you're in compliance with the code. So go ahead and ask questions. I mean, might happen in the future about failing. He's already answered your question.
Okay. So in other words, to correct this, all you need is contour lines like this, correct?
Without soil reports and a designer coming up with a design,
Okay,
I could not tell you that.
okay. All right, thank you so much.
You have any other questions? Okay. Ms. Harris, do you have any questions?
Wait a minute, I do have one question.
All right.
I'll show him. Yes, Mr. Webb, can you tell me,
Whoa, you all
there
right?
goes my battery, what date this check was made, or read this date?
Yeah. This is 10/10/11.
Okay. And what, can you tell me what this says down here?
I'm going to object at this point because it's an 11.
I would agree. I sustain it. That what happened, well, I'm going to overrule it and see if it, because I don't know. Maybe, it probably doesn't have any relevance, but I'm going to let him answer. Go ahead.
Okay, this is a receipt from the health department
And what does it say?
for a sewage permit in 10, 10, 11 that we have for exhibit, let's see, exhibit, so we do have a permit for that one, but that one's for
Exhibit
the
13?
That's for the Cody Road.
That'd be exhibit 13, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What year was Cody Road put in?
That's not really relevant. The Cody Road's not the
Wait a minute.
objective here, or an issue, Mrs. Ball.
Wait a
Let's
minute.
move on. Ask the questions relevant.
Okay, wait a minute, sir. Give me that date.
9/25 of 08.
Okay. Would I have had to pay for a permit in '08 before I could have a system installed in '08?
Yes.
Okay. So this check is 11?
Yep.
Okay, so therefore, I did obtain the permit for 1038 and 11, but waited 10 years later, correct?
No, I don't.
Why would I give you money to pay for a permit in 2011?
Mrs. Ball, that is really not relevant.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's move on. You know, you're not offering me anything unusual
Okay.
in that question.
Go ahead, I can't continue. I'm too weak to continue.
All right, Ms. Harris, you have any questions?
No, I'm just trying to learn.
All right. Yeah, you have any redirect?
I just have two questions. I just want to make it clear, why does the system not meet code?
So it was installed without a permit. We did not inspect it. Typically, we do a soil test to see what's out there. And then we can, so with a on-site, with a septic tank to leach field, we can do a design in-house. But we can't determine that until we get soils. So, and then with the limited space that we had, Chris asked them to go to a designer. So this typically means we have to do a mound system. Because typically it's a perch seasonal water table that is very high in this area, which would require, but we wouldn't know until we looked at the soils. So we asked her to look at the soils, and then once we get that report, then we would say, hey, contact a designer, because we can't do this septic tank to leach field in-house because of the limiting thing. With this system, yeah, it wasn't looked at. The lines do not follow any kind of contour. They're in a straight line. And so when you have a line that goes straight downhill, typically what happens is all the wastewater, instead of being distributed evenly through the trench, it all goes down to the bottom and then spills out. So that's why the state has made rules to say, hey, we're going to follow contour and we're going to keep that leach line level with the surface of the ground. That's what contour is required. So, you know, this system, we asked her to present information so that we could get a good estimate of what was out there. And after she submitted that, we could not approve anything that she had out there.
I have no further questions.
All right, Commissioner, now. You have any other witnesses?
And no, we would just ask for the admission of our exhibits.
All right. Mr. Ball, do you object to any of the exhibits that the plaintiff is offering?
There's no nuisance. It's been approved.
Wait a minute. The issue before, what I'm asking about is, do you have any objection under the law that would pertain to the admission of these exhibits? Now, you're going to be given a chance here after they're done to present your case. So this isn't the time to argue, but the question is, do you object to any particular exhibits, and if so, which ones? We have 17, I believe.
Only the two permits,
Which two permits?
14 and 15, I think.
All right.
I don't know, whatever they were.
Yeah, that's the ones that they indicate they do not have on file. I'll admit those. Any other, I'd overrule the objection. All right, we'll take a 10-minute recess here. And when we get done with the recess, then it'll be your turn, Ms. Ball, to present any evidence you might wish to present, testimony, and so forth. And then Mrs. Harris will have the same opportunity to do that as well. So we'll stand at recess for 15 minutes. All right, we're back on record. Highland County General Health District versus Arthur J. Harris et al. The plaintiff is rested. And now, Ms. Ball, if you wish to present evidence on your behalf, you may do so at this time. If you intend to offer testimony of your own, then I'll need to give you, have you sworn in before you testify. So do you wish to testify?
Yeah.
All right. If you want to come up and bring any exhibits or anything you may be using with you. And would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, since you're not represented by an attorney, you have to testify, not argue. You'll have a chance to argue at the end of the case after all the evidence, arguments based on the evidence. But at this point, you need to just testify and go ahead and do so. And if you have exhibits, you'll have to have those marked, and then we'll proceed accordingly. So you may testify at this time.
By testifying, are you stating, presenting the facts of the case?
Correct. What you say to the testimony, what the facts are.
Okay. Starting from the beginning?
Well, start when it's relevant. You know, the issue before the court is whether or not you have an approved system. That's the issue before the court. So you can testify, that's what you should be testifying about.
Of an approved system?
Correct.
Okay. According to without getting all of my paperwork out, I will start from the time it was put in and requested to be put in. Okay, going back to the 22nd, 21st, this is the 22nd, I need the 21st. Uh-oh. Okay, I found it. I have to give a prior setting in order for you to understand, which takes it back to October the 11th, when I was first going to put a system in without a house being built, which was approved by Mr. Shope. On October 25th of 21st,
So when?
went to the health department to get a permit for TNC construction. Presented TNC with the permit issued by the representative of self-reliance of the health department. Put in the 26th and 27th of 21, October of 21, which was reliance of them to do their work. All I was asked to do was go get a permit and make the payment. I self-relied on the health department to issue me a great permit. All I did was receive it and hand it to him with self-reliance. I relied on the contractor to do his job. I wasn't aware of any of him having to be registered or anything of that nature. He was certified, they had put in a system with Kings Island, they do this for a living. He showed me credentials of a reputable company. At the ending of putting in the septic system, I asked him for a diagram so that I would know where it was in case there was a problem that would ever arise. He gave me instructions not to plan on that particular field or drive cars on it, and drew me out on a paper. Do I need to present that?
I'm not gonna tell you what to present, you just
Okay.
testify and do what,
All right.
you're representing yourself, you make your own
All right, hang
decisions.
on. Well, I'll take it one by one and present it to match the story so that you, this is, okay. And that is all in order. Okay.
Ms. Ball knows what you're looking for, but we need some testimony here.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning, okay, and present what I have. A testimony starting from the very beginning, okay, to begin with, a subdivision says in 2011, Jill Yoakum went to the health department to discuss splitting off the parcels. I was told that you need to have a site evaluation done for 2 systems, not 3, for that, as Chris Shope indicated, surveying the parcel you want. I know you have already had a survey done, but it was not filed in time. Each site evaluation was $131 to the health department. Will come out and take a soil test, an example, and accommodate a location of a new system rerouting. I the system, I guess there's nothing you can do to get a site evaluation done. I went to the health department, I purchased a permit in 10/10/11 to have issued a permit 10/14/11 by Chris Shope for $300, and I paid $393 check, but the permit was $395. I gave $63 cash, making a total of $456, which included the $131 to show Mrs. Yoakum the permit was purchased. And however, because of my husband dying and financial, I didn't have credit, didn't have a job. It took me 10 years to establish an income in order to get a job. Then in July, I was able to get a loan and put a deposit down July the 21st, and July, yeah, I was able to get a loan July of the 21st for $3,000 to give to TNC Construction to have a system put in, but because they were booked up, they could not put it in until October the 25th of 2021, which upon completion, I was to pay the remaining $12,000 to TNC to put in the system. Went to the health department, got the permit, gave it to TNC that morning of the 26th. They put it in the 26th and 27th. I was out of town because Mom was in the hospital the 27th, 28th. On Saturday, TNC came out, collected their $12,000 for the septic tank. I requested a diagram of the septic system and the reliance upon them for everything to be legal. And then, in order to get the land subdivided for taxes, I went to Sue Boone and I asked her what I needed to do to get a deed to pay taxes for the property. She said I had to go over to subdivision, which I have the application for the subdivision, which I can present. And here is the diagram from TNC showing that that was legal. And I went to subdivision. I got an application for subdivision, which requires a letter of evaluation from the health department. I go over to the health department on April this 26th, go to health department, get a...
Of what year, ma'am?
April 26, 2022. Go to the health department, get a letter of subdivision for an approval letter, not a septic inspection, not to have a septic put in, because I assumed the contractor did what they did. It was already in. I do have pictures showing of 2021 that it took place. Okay, May the 6th, 2022, health department come out. They did an inspection, which at that time, no replacement area was marked because of their neglect. Then June the 1st, Health Department came back out, inspected the installed system, but stated failure to mark replacement areas. He was there to mark the replacement areas in case this in-now system failed. That was the 1st. June the 13th, went back to Health Department to get an approval letter. June 14th of 22, Chris came out and did more drawings and replacement area where he had screwed up the first time and said he had to relocate, and left a note on my door stating to that effect. Okay, that's where I went into the hospital. June the 21st, 2022, I get a letter from Chris denying the subdivision approval letter. At no time other by any notification did I receive any more mail addressed to my house, or personally, nobody received any mail until we were here in court, May the 8th. Apparently, they had sent violations and they had sent summons, but it was never received by any of the defendants at all, stating to anything contrary of a violation, or it wasn't okay not to use in September, okay, scheduled for surgery on the 29th of August. Have consultation, okay. In September the 29th, okay, 23, 22, 21, this is 21, 23. Had not heard anything from the health department. I have no indication whatsoever. Okay, by August the 23rd, August got a letter from the court stating health department, indicating to have a replacement done in 30 days or nuisance, which there was no such nuisance, and all the waste was already in a confined Ohio code septic system. That's what the letters state. It was already in a Ohio code approved health system, and there was no nuisance found. Okay, but 18th, have not heard from health department. August the 21st, tried to contact health department. August the 22nd, 2023, contacted Michael DeWine, left message for Jackie, okay, concerning this letter on a 30-day. August the 30th, wrote health department a letter to get in contact with Mr. Webb, which I have all this evidence. September the 1st, Health Department got the letter from me sent to Mr. Webb asking to resolve the issue, explaining I had contact Michael DeWine and David Yost to see if we cannot solve the problem. September 22nd, at 10:30 a.m., Philip Webb calls, asks for an appointment if it's okay for him to come out and look at the area, discuss and take pictures. I met with Mr. Webb at 11:15 at 10138 State Route 23. Mr. Webb at that time come out, looked at the system. We discussed the installation. He required who put it in, wanted to know if they were registered with the health department. I said, I don't know. He asked me how much I paid for it. I said, altogether to have the water line in and the septic system in, $15,000. He asked me on obtaining. I explained to him I had to get a loan, a 5-year loan, which would be paid for in 2026 by payments, would be finally get it paid off. And I asked, Mr. Webb asked me, how do I know it's level? If he put a level on it, would it show it was level? I said, I don't know nothing about putting in a septic system. That's up to the contractor. They know what they're doing. And he did not ask any questions if they had run a GPR on it. He just took pictures and stated when it put in. He asked me for paperwork, if they left any paperwork concerning it. I went to the house. I got the paperwork, a survey land, a copy of my survey, a copy of what TNC diagram had left me, and told him I would bring it to his office. The next morning, I dropped all of that off at his office because I had to get a copy of the survey and what I had, because I had no information prior of anything. And after September the 23, of the time that Mr. Webb came out, I heard no other information, no letters, no nothing from Mrs. Collins or Mr. Webb or the health department. Nothing was ever brought to my attention until May the 8th of 2024. When on May the 8th, standing here in the courtroom, Mr. Webb and my son and all of the defendants approached Mr. Webb, and he said we put the permit with the septic tank in without the permit, and I said it had a permit. I showed him where I had paid for the permit in 2011. At first he said we didn't have no permit. Then he stated, you have a permit, but it's an expired permit because it was purchased in 2011. And I explained to him because the financial loss of my husband, I did not know. He took his little permit and showed me in the fine line, good for a year or until the system is completed, or whichever comes first. I admit I neglected to even look at the permit. I just handed it to the contractor. I didn't pay attention after I picked it up off of his office and just handed it to the contractor. Then we got into a heated discussion of how we could fix it. And he said he would take a backhoe, smash it in. That would cause the people in the house to be homeless. They couldn't live in it without a septic system. Then we said, well, we will put an outhouse out there. And he said, well, that's permittable to put an outhouse in the backyard. I said, well, we don't have no choice. If you smash our septic tank in. Not once was a grant brought up or any of the homeless people could apply for to put this in or get help or help us. We were degraded and in distress, and it has caused tremendous physical, financial, and everything distress upon the family that's unbearable. And we have went through hell since May till now, wonder if we're going to be homeless, and wondering how we can even get help. They could help everybody in the world. We need help. We don't need to be degraded and put under duress and financial stress, and I'm not going to be able to live to see it come through. I don't want my granddaughter to be homeless. They say, if I'm lucky, I have a few more months. But she needs help. She needs a home. She doesn't need to be destroyed. That's all I can leave behind for her. Oh, dear God, please. I can't go on any further.
All right. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask Ms. Ball?
Who's living there currently?
Amanda,
Okay. And she's been living there since the septic was installed?
since October 21st, yes, it was a month before. She moved in about the end of September before it was installed. She was there when it was installed.
Oh, she was living there before the septic was installed?
Well, not living there, she moved her stuff in there. She couldn't live there because there wasn't no toilet at the time.
Okay.
So when they put it in October, yeah, she moved in.
And you received the notice from Chris Shope that it wasn't approved and what you needed to do to get it approved, correct?
I didn't receive anything from Chris at all. The last letter I received was the denial of the subdivision.
And that was in 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was the...
June the 17th, to be exact.
Right. And then you said you didn't get any other letter from the health department after that, correct?
Correct.
Well, then how did you know to call Mike DeWine and Dave Yost?
She had received a letter at her address. She brought it over because she didn't know what it was for.
So you did get a letter?
Amanda got a letter and brought it to me.
Well, it was because Amanda was living in the house.
It went to her address.
Okay. No further questions?
All right, you may step down. Do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call to testify on your behalf?
No, too sick.
All right. Ms. Harris, do you have any witnesses that you would like to present?
No, I got nothing.
All right. Is there any rebuttal?
No.
Okay. Argument?
Your Honor, I think that it's clear and obvious what's happened here. She was told that there were steps that needed to be taken before she could have a system installed. She acknowledges that she received that notice on June the 17th. She ignored it. She called somebody and had a system installed. I think anyone looking at States Exhibits 13 and 14 can see what happened there. She admits that they moved into the home. Amanda moved into the home, has been living there ever since. They got a letter from Philip advising that this septic system was not pre-approved, that they didn't have a valid permit, that it was installed by someone who's not certified with the health department, which they have to be. And while the health department tried to work with them and said, you know, we can do a variance and different things, unfortunately, because of how it's installed, they can't do that. So not only is it not, was installed illegally, they can't do a variance where it sits right now. It's not going to work. And so, and she's admitted that they're living there. So I think based on all that, we would ask the court to find that she has violated as outlined in the complaint.
All right, Ms. Ball, this is your time to, you can make your argument as to what you believe the evidence is and what the ruling of the court would be.
I don't know what the issue is here. Everybody's life has been interrupted. There's no nuisance. It's a good working order. Everybody's peace. Financially, nobody can do anything. And it would be more detrimental to try to, it would do more harm than it would do good to even try to put in another system over a piece of paper. I even offer Phil, if the permit was an issue, I'd be willing to pay another $456 to satisfy their records. And I don't see why, when there's more things in this community that need stressing other than to destroy 3 people's lives and over a small water system that is still working okay, and I still owe the bank for it. I don't know what the issue is here. And it's not endangering no neighbors. There's no complaints. It's not endangering anything yet. If any endangerment ever occurred, then we know where to put a new system. Until the danger comes across, I can't see the destruction of anything. I'm trying to save her life, her home. She's been through hell this year.
Anything else you'd like to say?
I don't know. It's up to you, Judge. Just save our lives.
Mrs. Harris, is there anything you'd like to say? Argument?
I'm just learning as much as I can.
You have any rebuttal, Ms. Collins?
No, Your Honor.
I do have one question. I just was noticing going through the exhibits, we have a page, Exhibit 15, that has a number of pages on it. And then we have a page, Plaintiff's 15, that is the 2008 permit for Cody Road that was compared to 16. Was that part of Exhibit 15, or is it just mismarked?
I think it's just mismarked.
All right, so I will relabel that as 15 A to show that. And for the record, Exhibit 15 consists of several pages that are copied on both sides, and the last page is a tax map aerial photograph from the auditor's office. And then 15A is the testimony about the, or as it was testified to, is Cody Road in Washington Township. Okay, so that's clarified. All right, well, the evidence, the legal issue here is pretty clear, or pretty straightforward, is that whether or not this system was approved and is in compliance with the regulations. Regulations require a permit, require site evaluation, require soil samples, drawings prior, require installation by an approved contractor. The evidence is clear that none of those things occurred here. It's clear from the evidence, Mrs. Ball, that you were aware prior to the installation of this system that there had to be a design, and you went ahead and disregarded that and proceeded with construction anyway. It's also pretty clear from the record that you have attempted to mislead the health department, the prosecutor's office, and perhaps this court. Well, actually, yes, this court, because you claim you had a permit that was issued for these premises in 2011. And in looking at this, I can see what Mr. Webb indicated, or maybe it was Mr. Shope, actually Mr. Shope, I believe, is that it had been, no, Mr. Webb, I think, one of them, anyway. Exhibit 13 was a permit you obtained for Cody Road. And on September 25, 2008. Exhibit 14 is clearly a copy that has been altered. And I can tell that from a number of reasons. First of all, the second line down on the right where it says city/township, on Exhibit 13 it's marked Hillsborough, OH. On Exhibit 14, the lines are partially obliterated, and that is clear what the witness said. It's a whiteout job. And it also doesn't have an installer. That's been whited out. And again, you can tell that because the lines that are solid on Exhibit 13 are partially obliterated. And it's interesting also, it also says 2.86 acres, and the Powell Road property is approximately 5 acres, as I read the description. There's no installer there, as I said. And then at the bottom, there's where it has permit issued, you can see this is cut off. And where there's a line, solid line with date underneath it that has 9/25/08 on Exhibit 13, Exhibit 14 has the date 10/14/11, but there's no line, and that's not there. It also, the form Exhibit 13 has revised 5/04 45916, and that information is not on there as either. So it's clear that 14 is a fabrication, and then you say you had this permit, you gave it to, this is not a valid permit. It's clear. Also, even if it were valid, it expired because it was over 1 year, and it could not continue to be valid. Then we have Exhibit 15A and 16, and again, it's the same thing. This is the site drawing, completion form, and again, it's pretty clear that what you did is you copied it and then altered this document. It's interesting, the completion date says it's 10/14/11, and Bobby Harless, and 15A says 10/14/08, also Bobby Harless. You didn't mention anybody, Mr. Harless at all, and you mentioned PNC. That's not his business. And also, there's a number of, everything else is pretty much the same, except you have whited out on 16 and put in 3, and again, you can see that's white out, and 2, where it was 2 on Exhibit 15A. So clearly, you have attempted to mislead the health department and the prosecutor's office, this court, and what happened. And the court's not fooled. I wasn't born yesterday. You've intentionally disregarded these rules. You knew what you had to do, and you didn't do it. And because you chose to do that and have this installed, and again, this was after Mr. Chauvin had been out to the property and talked with you, and he left that note that he forgot he left, but you brought that up and he remembered it, and that just goes to show more knowledge on your part. It doesn't really, that didn't really help your case, it made it worse, because it's clear you knew what you had to do. And by not, and you say you relied upon the PNC, well, again, you have an obligation as a property owner to make sure that your system is installed correctly. It's not the contractor's responsibility to the health or to the public, it's yours, because you're the property owner. And unfortunately, Ms. Harris is living in this house that has the illegal system. So that is why you have to ask for the permit. You have to make sure the soil tests are done, and the contractor has to be registered. One of the reasons that's a requirement is so that this kind of stuff doesn't happen, where somebody comes in and does what we used to call bootleg a system in that's not done properly, and then leave the owner and stick you with the bill. So, in this case, you were trying to get by without complying, and you unfortunately did business with a contractor who apparently was willing to assist you in that effort, as opposed to getting registered, because contractors that do this on a regular basis know what the rules are. They know you have to have your soil test. They know that you have to have your permits. They know that you have to have a diagram prior to that being approved. Another thing I'll point out is on the I think it's on 16 and 15A, that it indicates that it was okay to cover. And again, 16 is the one that was fabricated. And again, obviously that wasn't done. So the court finds that you are in violation, you and Ms. Harris, because you're the resident, you're subject to the order of the court as one of the unknown tenants, of course, substituting your name for that. I'll also point out, Ms. Mull, that your credibility is also challenged by the fact that when this case was filed, you filed a number of pleadings that were not proper and were misleading and purported to be authorized by people that they were not. And as I recall, I believe I indicated to you that was unauthorized practice of law. And so the court finds that you have intentionally violated these rules and regulations, and so it is your responsibility, and now unfortunately Ms. Harris's responsibility, to deal with the consequences of that. So the court finds that the complaint grants judgment in favor of the plaintiff, and it is ordered that you submit a request for a permit and obtain the necessary soil tests and measures that are going to be needed for the health department to approve this. That's obviously going to imply new leach lines that are installed with the contour, as opposed to the downhill nature. And one of the reasons for that, I think, I'm a layperson, but I've dealt with these things for years and years in practice and in court, is that if it's downhill, all it's going to do is run out of the septic system and shoot down and it's not, the leach lines are not going to be effective. Some of it may leach out, but the whole purpose of having leach lines and multiple lines so that the things can leach out into the soil and then be dissolved over time, as opposed to just being discharged. So effectively, this leach line doesn't really do its job, I would say. Again, that's not an expert opinion, but it's just based on experience in these kinds of cases. And so you're going to have a proposal for reconstruction or replacement of the system. Also, obviously, it's going to require a replacement system. It may be that that's going to require a different type of system. Mr. Webb indicated it potentially could involve what's called a mound system as opposed to leach lines. And again, these are the consequences of your actions, choosing to move forward intentionally, attempting to violate and ignore the laws and the rules regarding this. You have 90 days to do that, and if that is not done within 90 days, you don't have approved permit, then at that time the house will have to be vacated and all waste generation ceased until such time as you comply. And if you don't comply, then the house can't be occupied. Water will have to be turned off to make sure that there's no waste being generated on the 90 days. Now, at the end of 90 days, if you do have a permit approved, that is pending installation, I will not require it to be done. I'll put in there that the installation will have to be completed within 90 days after the permit is approved. And again, I'll allow the plaintiff to extend that if for good cause, based upon things like weather, supply delays, approved contractor schedules, and that type of thing. You're also ordered to pay the court cost, for which judgment granted execution is ordered. Now, in the event you don't comply with these orders, Ms. Mall, and you, Ms. Harris, since you're living in the house, if after 90 days you don't have an approved plan, or that could be extended if the parties agree, if there's a good faith effort being made to get that done, and for instance, if you can't get a soil tester out there within that period of time, then obviously I have no problem with that being extended, and the health department will work with you on that. But in the event that you don't comply with the orders of the court, they can file a motion to find you both in contempt, and if that occurs, that could end up in a jail sentence and a fine. And so that's not something that anybody wants. But you have to comply with the regulations. They apply to everybody. Everybody else, if I were just to ignore this and say, yeah, so all right, no harm, no foul, that's not what the law is. It's not whether you have a functioning system, it's whether you have a system that's in accordance with the law when it's put in, and you don't. And the evidence is clear that it's not a proper system, and so it's going to, it's destined to fail. When you have the lines running downhill, it's sooner or later you're going to be discharging untreated sewage out that pipe if you're not already. So that will be the order of the court. Is there anything further, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Please rise.